all of that. So that's the mania. I can do anything. I'm super strong. You hear about people, I don't know, whatever they do. But that's the mania. And of course, the depression is the other end. Well, then I was put on Prozac, gained a whole lot of weight again at 33, and now learned some more coping mechanisms, but still no one said anything about nutrition. They said, well, eat better. So I ate better in the way that eating that I knew to eat better.
Right.
What's eating better?
So, right.
They say eat better. Well, eat chicken instead of,
typical stuff.
Pork, salad.
Right, exactly.
No more fried food.
Yeah,
Right.
no more fried food. Get plenty of water. Right. So I was like, check, do that. Go back to the gym. I was an athlete when I was younger. So I'm like, I can do that. I can run. I can jog. So I did all of those things and took the medication, dealt with the guilt and the shame and the stigma of,
Psychotropic meds.
all of that, right? So I said, I'll do this. If this is going to be my life, I'll do it if I'll be okay. So I'm doing it. But I wasn't. I didn't know what was happening internally. And I also didn't know that I was going to have severe reactions from these medications. So mind you, started taking medicine when I was 23, on and off 33. Now I'm taking it for an extended period of time. And then I started to have really severe reactions to the medications. Such as the weight gain was one. The other one it's called tardive dyskinesia, where I had uncontrollable movement of my tongue. So I would get up in the morning to go to work. I'm a teacher. I got to be there at 6:50. So at the time I was a teacher. So I'm getting up in the morning to go to work, and my tongue is like this in my mouth, and there was the paranoia on top of it and the embarrassment of what the heck am I going to tell people? Because at that time, I hadn't told anybody I was taking medication.
Right.
Other than my immediate family. I mean, of course, because I stole the lady's car, like people all over the city kind of knew, like, hey, ain't you that chick that, well, I mean, yes.
Here she comes.
Exactly. Hide your keys, here she comes. So, but still dealing with that, right? So emotional wellness is a thing. So where to put your emotions, where to put your guilt, where to put your shame, where to put your feelings of displacement, which I learned later, right? So
Trying to find the right medication.
Another medication that I was on, I was literally comatose. I'm trying to get my room ready for the start of school, and the only thing I can do is literally stand in the corner and stare because my mind is so cloudy, I can't function. And it was that time that a department chairperson I had, she was like, look, whatever you're on, and she didn't think I was on drugs, but
she knew you were on medication.
She knew that I was on medication, and she said, Tamia, whatever you're on, get off of it. Tell them that is not working for you, because she was like, you're not yourself. But I had convinced myself that this was my new normal.
That's who you are.
I was like, I have to prepare my life to sit and drool in a corner, so it sucks, but if this is my new normal, whatever.
When did you find out about the nutrition part of it?
I found out about the nutrition part of it, so fast forward, probably...
Well, right at the same time, she's dealing with severe bleeding. She's dealing with excessive
I wasn't before,
cycles,
but it started to
fibroids.
get progressive. So
That's when you were diagnosed with fibroids. She was diagnosed with fibroids in 2017. And then that's when she started to see, when she came to the program, because they wanted to give her hysterectomy.
Yes.
And she was like, no. And they just said, they said, what? You have junk in your uterus.
Yes, but before that, it was when I had moved.
Junk was their word for fibroids?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you just have, it's some junk in there. But when I learned about the nutrition was because I had to stop taking the medication.
Right.
So I had finally found a medication, that's called Latuda, that I felt would stabilize somewhat. But I started to have the tardive dyskinesia from that again.
And tremors, right?
And tremors. And I felt like that was my last resort. So I had to stop taking that cold turkey.
Because you see all of those warnings. Like,
yeah, the ones...
this may cause, and then there's like 50 different things.
And tell them how expensive
it was extremely expensive. The Latuda, for about 15 pills, I want to say it was close to like $400 for a prescription of 30 pills. The market value was nearly $1,000 for that.
And insurance doesn't cover that or part of it? Or
Well, it depends. I had a high deductible insurance, so there was a deductible that had to be met of about $1,500 sometimes before your copay would kick in. If your copay kicked in, then maybe the medication was $12. You know, if not, then you're dealing with something that
That's a whole mortgage in Florida.
exactly that's a whole mortgage in Florida.
So how did you hook up with the doctors? How did you meet with them?
I hooked up with them simply because when I had to stop taking the medication at the same time, I was having extremely heavy bleeding, like hemorrhaging.
Every 20 minutes change.
About every
A
30
cup
minutes
and
having to
overnight
change.
that.
Yes. And so
and people don't understand how crippling that is for a
No.
woman. Like
Yeah.
even just
No.
trying to function.
I mean,
and trying
20
to do,
minutes. That,
just
you
us
can't
as
even,
men, we can't even imagine
You
that.
can't even
you know?
imagine
Yeah.
like having to go to work and excuse
couldn't
me,
sit
I gotta
here
go
and
to
do
the
this
bathroom.
interview. We
Exactly.
couldn't even be here right now.
And when you stand up, then that's when everything would really completely flush.
You
in
never
your
know when it's
system.
gonna bleed through your clothes, and you're
You
always like horrified. Like, please don't let this.
And you literally feel
Shame.
like you're imprisoned within your own body. So going from feeling like I was imprisoned in my mind to feeling like I'm imprisoned in my body now, because my body just started changing drastically. So I had to stop taking the medication because, like I said, I had the tardive dyskinesia. And since I'd had it before, I was just like, well, I'm just going to stop because
Oh, right. That's what made you start looking for holistic
that's what made me
remedies.
start looking for a
Okay.
holistic remedy.
Right.
You know, because everything that they said worked is not working. And at that time, that's when I started changing my diet even more so. Got the fibroids diagnosis, and a friend recommended me to Jesse Thompson's detox program. And as I was going through the program, that is when I started seeing my mood balance out, because I had been off of medication for about a year at the time that
No, I think it was like at the time you started, it was just, you were just getting off of it.
I started the
When we started
program.
in 2016.
I
Yeah.
started the program in 2017,
17.
and I had gotten off of the medication pretty much, I want to say maybe 6 months to,
Okay.
about a year before, about before then.
And it's funny, in the sessions, she started to saying, wow, I remember, because of course she listened to the estrogen dominance MP3 that we did together
Yes.
for the Hope Beyond Fibroids elimination program. And she was like, wow, there's so much correlation between how the estrogen dominance, what it's causing in the fibroids and what it's causing mentally.
Yes.
Everything from the fatigue, the mood swings, right? The mental
night
fog,
sweats.
the night
Anxiety.
sweats, the
Psychosis
anxiety.
during during your
triggered
menses.
during her menses.
Okay, which happens with a lot of women when the onset of their period comes. The heightened feelings of paranoia and anxiety and psychosis are even elevated more so than normal. But
See,
when
so men
I
try
went
to
through the
act like women are going
cleanse,
crazy
yeah.
during their cycles. There are
Women
real
get moody.
psychoses.
Yeah.
There are
Y'all
real,
really
it's
crazy.
real
They're really
psychoses.
going crazy.
Real
Y'all
things
really
going
going
on.
crazy.
There
Really
are
going
real
crazy.
psychoses.
Yes, it really is.
And I
but-
remember she was saying how, wow, like, because the very first thing, she's in such a severe case. First thing we started with was the detox, right? That's
Right.
what we usually do. Very aggressive, the liquid one. And I remember after that period in one of our sessions, she was like, oh my God, I have so much mental clarity. I'm not feeling anxious anymore. She says, this is more than just my fibroids. She said, I came here for my fibroids, but mentally I'm dealing with a whole different lifestyle right now, how I'm feeling.
How long
you
did
know?
that take for you to start feeling that mental clarity?
I want to say within, and we were trying to
Timeline.
document and pinpoint and timeline it, but I want to say, because I did the 14, liquid.
Or you felt something right away with that.
I did feel something right away with that. So I felt a more ease and state of calm right away with that. But I want to say within the first 30 days, I noticed like actionable difference, that I wasn't really being reactionary to things. It was more so kind of giving myself space to just mentally process what was going on.
And for Dr. Amun and Dr. Amsu, I know you guys have been here many times, but estrogen dominance, in case people are listening for the first time, just explain what that is.
Okay,
And
so
its connection to mental health.
all right, so estrogen dominance is when estradiol in particular, that's one of the estrogens. The ratio between estradiol and and your androgens, which is progesterone and testosterone, the ratio is too high. So your body has become dominated by the estrogen hormonal steroid. So basically, estrogen dominance is one, because what we want to, the reason why we're here wearing suits today, because we've got to look kind of important, right? This is the main reason we do what we do. The outcomes we found deals with the fibroids and all the other issues, and it ain't just, it's not just about women. Mental illness is about everybody, men, children. So the reason why we put Electric Food together, the herbal supplement company, was to address the mental state of people.
That's right.
You know, so Elijah Muhammad put out How to Eat to Live.
Right.
And it was not about your physical health. It was about mental condition. Because, you know, the whole, you know, I'm not in Nation of Islam, but the whole philosophy was we're going to raise our people out of mental death. But the mental death is actually mental illness, because all the stress, all the, you know, mental problems that black people exhibit,
Or the trauma.
you know, well,
Right.
the trauma, there are things called what we call stress triggers or stressors, right? Triggers that happen, whether it's, you know, you see violence, you see anger, whatever, everything that's going on, your body takes it in and tries to process it. In it taking it in and trying to process it, there's release of things like adrenaline, cortisol, right? Which your body now has to now come back from that surge of adrenaline or cortisol or whatever. People who suffer from depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, mania, psychosis, their body has been triggered into a state, and the body is now trying to come back from that state. And what we do, what we actually do, people say, what do you do? We're holistic doctors. We are, you know, I'm an endocrinologist, but what we actually are nutrient therapists, right? Because this country is suffering, and most people around the world are suffering from malnutrition.
There it is.
It's malnutrition.
That's exactly what she just described.
Yes.
Everything about it.
Yes.
So,
And the outcome from it.
right.
Yes,
So
right.
everything we experience physically, it manifests first in the mental. Right? I don't know how many times you might have heard that you walking down the street, somebody say, here's a bean pipe. I hear what? Everything that happens physically happens in the mental, right? It actually happens first in the mental. So psychosis, depression, anxiety, all those things are
They're the
because
first-
of malnutrition. The nutrients, and nutrients are just chemicals. Everything about us, every mood state, whether we're happy, sad, you know, enraged, whatever, these are all chemical reactions, right? And what brings us back from these triggers or these states that we get put into is the nutrition, the chemicals that balance us, bring us back to what we call homeostasis, right? So with estrogen dominance, we try to inhibit the influx of estrogen,
Right.
but we also are treating other factors aside from estrogen. You know, most people, like you guys live in New York, right? And it's winter. You don't get much sun. You don't get no UVB. Therefore, you're not getting vitamin D.
Well, I get plenty of vitamin D. You know,
Yeah,
I
she
was
just came back.
in the sun.
Right. So unless you migrate or vacate somewhere down
Vacate.
Got
south,
to.
right?
That's it.
That's
If
why
you're-
vacations are important. Don't let anybody tell you that
Absolutely.
they're
Well,
not.
it depends where you
Get some sun
vacate.
to
If
get
you
some
go,
sun.
if you go
Right.
to Alaska
Absolutely.
on vacation,
No,
'cause you
ain't
wanna
nobody
go
going on
skiing,
that.
What about
that
when
ain't
the
no good.
sun is out and it is snow though? Does
No,
that
UVB
because all right,
rays, the
it's
sun's
all right.
outside.
So UVB happens. It's the angle of the sun.
Right.
The angle of the sun, and
the potency of
also
the rays
temperatures
from
and
the sun.
whatnot. But this is what's important, is that New York's well known for how angry everybody is, right?
Yes.
Correct.
How angry everybody is. So when you're angry,
Food,
right?
the sun.
When you're angry, you have urges. Like you might you know, I want to gouge somebody's eyes out.
Right.
If this guy
I was
talked
that it
to
was
me,
'cause it's so
Road
crowded.
rage.
Road
Let-
rage.
let this guy say another word to me, I'm gonna knock him out, right? So self-control uses up energy, uses up a whole lot of energy. That energy is glucose.
That's right.
Glucose, right? So people who suffer with metabolic disorders such as diabetes is basically when your body is no longer delivering glucose into your cells. So hypoglycemia is a condition which produces all the violence, the anger, the lack of self-control. So when these urges, these frustrations and everything are there, your body is actually trying to, where's the glucose?
Right.
Need to
Telling
come
you
back down,
something.
need to come back down. So
brain's
if it's
being
not
starved.
present, it's what you call hypoglycemia. And when you have brain hypoglycemia, that's where anger issues, you have a lot of people, anger management they go through and people are speaking to them. But here's what the problem is. When you're in an adverse situation, no matter how much somebody talks to you about, well, here's what you should do. When you talk to somebody and they're in a calm state, they will listen. But when you're in an actual adverse situation and you lack the resource that is needed to actually, for the involuntary, because voluntarily you could be like, all right, 1,000, 1,000. But if the glucose ain't there,
Right.
you're going to go off. And
Right.
so the glucose is the nutrition. So malnutrition is the lack of or the deficiency of the amount of glucose that you need. Because to self-control, every time when you exhibit self-control or you go through that transition, it depletes
So Charlemagne
your
needs
ability
glucose.
for self-control.
So Charlemagne needs glucose.
Charlemagne, well, I don't know, man.
Listen,
I was talking
listen.
about you, Charlemagne, while you were
It's
here,
a
He
bro.
can also
metabolic
retrain his
disorder.
brain.
Right.
So there's
But-
other
Say it's not just glucose and sugar.
right. But I
Please
mean,
make
because
that
there's
difference.
other what he's basically saying is that when your body is going through malnutrition, it's being
Yeah.
deprived of nutrients to organs, the brain,
Exactly.
the gut, the liver, etc. So what that does, it inhibits other steroids. So stress, like Dr. Amsu said, is cortisol, but then that inhibits things like serotonin, dopamine. These
Yeah,
are the
dopamine,
dopamines.
norepinephrine.
Right. All of these other chemicals now are known, or hormones are known as happy, enjoyment, reasoning.
Yeah.
So when you get confronted with a situation and you're put on the spot, whether it's an argument or a fallout or, road rage or whatever, you have now, like you said, the resources of those nutrients to come and level things out. So you have clear thinking.
So now,
Okay.
when people when they want information and ideas of what they should be taking and everything like that, because I mean, you had a friend that knew Coach Jesse and you was able to reach out to Coach Jesse. But now for you guys, if they want to figure out what's best for them, because a lot of people listen all the time and like people hit me, but like, yeah, they just think when they hear detox, they just think it's only for a week's time.
Right.
Yeah, but that's
But it's a
the
lifestyle.
exact
But that's the
opposite.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
You
lifestyle.
see,
It's about lifestyle
we have
change.
what you have to understand. That's a program. Okay, so now you've just asked a more broader or wider question. What we always recommend is, okay, we know that alcohol and weed and drugs there, but get off all this processed food, all this fast food. Foods that are very high in fat, refined sugars, etc. Because that is what's going to deplete your body of these nutrients.
Aggressively,
right?
right.
They're going to deplete it. So basically, you have, like you said, you have ingest, digest, and then you have metabolizing, right? So when your body now is trying to metabolize, and that's where the problem is. Because first of all, the food that you're eating, you're only going to really utilize anything between 20 to 27% of it as energy. The rest just gets stored and put aside. If
Or excreted.
excreted, right?
Right.
So if that now is inflammation and toxicity, that's a buildup. So one of the things
Right.
that she was saying, again, in her story, she couldn't sleep because now all that inflammation and inflammatory environment was going on
In the brain.
was suppressing her brain of melatonin, that is a chemical that helps you to relax. And sleep. So that being now depleted. So now it's more frustration because you can't sleep. So what we recommend to people is, introduce more vegetables, introduce some more fruit. If you're going, we know everyone ain't going to go to the extremes of I'm not eating chicken, but then get the best chicken. Get some organic corn-fed chicken, get some wild organic fish, if you're gonna eat that, try to eat
And
the
make
best because you're
changes one at a
right
time,
because
like-
you're into cars, Envy, right?
Yes, sir.
You got a high performance
bit.
car,
Correct.
right? Premium gas, right?
Unless
You
it's
know,
a lease,
what
then
hap-
he'll just put in.
Well, what happens
The
if
premium
what happens to your car now with your high performance car, but you're putting regular gas in
Regular.
it
What happens?
all the time?
I don't know. I never did that before, but I'm sure it would run like shit.
There you go. So imagine, your car is your body, right? Your engine is your metabolism. The
Right.
fuel that you're putting in is your food.
Yeah.
You keep putting in
Garbage.
shit.
Beef
you're gonna
jerky.
start feeling like
Beef jerky
shit.
was good.
I'm gonna
Oh
say
my
shit,
God.
everybody.
I said shit.
I'ma say shit.
Envy got
Better not be. You better not be.
Oh, if he told you to
Yesterday.
jump off a building,
I don't mean to
Right,
tell on
jump off a
anyone.
building if he told you to jump off a building.
But the thing is, you're gonna start feeling
Snitch.
your car's gonna underperform,
You and
right? The
Tekashi over there.
performance of your car is gonna suffer.
Right.
So the performance of your body is gonna suffer, and then eventually, your battery goes flat, which is your cells. You feel fatigued. You don't feel energetic. You just, I just want to sit down. I don't feel myself. I don't feel the same.
What's good for
And then
energy?
some
Right?
things
Like a lot of
actually
people
break
need energy.
down,
They
though.
don't want to
So-
drink coffee. They don't want to drink
Right,
Red
so
Bull.
a lot
What's
of
good for
fruit.
energy.
Yeah, a lot of fruits with natural
What gives
sugars.
fruit?
Go
What
to
was he
natural.
saying?
Yeah.
Glucose.
Glucose.
What kind of
Natural.
fruit?
Every single morning, that's why I have
So a
that.
lot of
Watermelon,
berries,
cantaloupe.
right? A lot of berries. They're like cantaloupe, but you got your blueberries, your blackberries, your raspberries. Try and get them
Mangoes
organic,
are great.
mangoes, all of these type of fruits builds up your glucose.
I do my nice berry
and it's
smoothies every
also,
morning.
It's also good fuel for your metabolism, right? That actually is a process of how your body intakes the food and drink, processes it into energy. And that's what we're talking about. You
Yeah.
want to have that energy
Absolutely.
at the end of the day so you can function,
So here's something that we have to touch on, which very important. It's the garbage people are eating, right?
Absolutely.
So let's talk about children, because
Thank you.
the amount of children who are
Yes.
on medication for mental illness, right? They putting children on medications for ADHD, right? Now they ain't gonna put children on for ADD because there's no medication really for focusing. But when you're hyperactive, it's like now they got you,
Correct.
right? And the problem is when a parent is told by a counselor, have your child checked out
Right.
for ADHD.
Correct.
So you go and you put your child through whatever testing they do. Oh, ADHD. Now they diagnosed. You're now forced to put your child onto medication. Because if you don't, they're going to snatch your child and take away other children because deprivation of parenthood and
When they
whatnot.
could be
No,
saying, what
that's
is your
true.
child eating in the morning?
Right.
And
Now,
drinking
this
in
is
the
the
morning?
thing. And
What
this
is
the
your
point.
child eating
Here's
in
the
the
point
morning?
now.
Eating.
So all Fruity Loops,
Yeah.
Right.
Fruity
all,
Cereals.
cereals,
It's called Fruit Loops.
Bacon.
Fruit Loops, whatever they call.
He has no idea what it is because
Look,
Apple
look,
Jacks.
all I know, stay off the aisles. When you go into like
Yeah.
Walmart and all these supermarkets, stay off the
Absolutely.
aisles because the processed foods. Now, here's the
You can
thing,
do some
right?
fresh.
Here's the thing: excitotoxins,
Yeah.
right? And
They
to
can't help
parents,
themselves,
to
kids.
parents, you give your children treats, but you're not. You're getting them ready for treatment when you're giving them these things.
Say that
I like that. I
again.
like
So
Say
you
that
think you're
again.
giving. All right, brother. All right. So you think you're giving your children treats, but you're setting them up for treatment, right?
Important.
And these treatments are the same things
Yeah.
in just lower doses, like what Tamia was talking about. They're putting children
And the
onto
poor
these
kids are dealing with these side effects.
thing.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
excitotoxin. Here's the one of the worst ones, right? Are the chips like Takis, Cheetos,
Cheetos.
because the monosodium glutamate and other excitotoxins,
Doritos.
So was it-
all of these.
What's it? Roman noodles?
Ramen
Ramen noodles,
noodles.
MSG,
Oh.
right?
Right.
So
Let's see.
MSG
Look at the
is
kids'
causing
menu. It's the
development
worst. Right.
issues
Hot dogs.
in
Least
children,
nutrition.
neurological development issues,
Right.
causing psychological issues in all these people, right? So the children are growing up, they're a bit hyperactive. Autism has been linked to
But you know what? Hyperactive.
monosodium glutamate.
When they're really
Right.
probably genius. They're really probably just
Right.
brilliant.
So-
right?
Like, don't you
So-
want your kids to be active?
No, but
Isn't that like
hyperactivity
Yeah.
is normal in children. So the problem is like, all right, where does the line lie
Right.
of
Exactly.
hyperactivity, right? So
Right.
our good brother, Dr. Umar Johnson,
Yeah, he talked about it the
always
other day.
speaking about there is no real ADD. There ain't no real, there is no real test, there's no line
Right.
for it. So the problem is when you're giving your children these
Yeah.
chemicals and it ain't food. This is what the problem.
Right.
Not
It
food.
ain't food. You're giving your children stuff, send them off to school. First of all, cow's milk and processed sugar. That's what
Hormones.
they put it in, right? Then you got the excitotoxins, all the. Now, here's the thing about FDA, right? I'm gonna go at the FDA for a minute, right? FDA is in the so-called developed world, right? In Europe, they have banned all these flavor enhancers and colors. They're banned because they've done all the tests, right? All these studies that are out there, and they found, man, it's causing psychological issues, cancer, all those things there, right? So they ban them in Europe. Guess where they're allowed?
Here.
They're allowed over here. And the inner cities suffer. So the people who own Walmart and that, ask them if their children eat off those aisles. Hell no.
And
They
it's
ain't eating
cheaper
off
too.
those
So
aisles.
part of
I
it is
just want to let
cheaper.
you
So
guys know as well,
targets
even
us.
with the plant-based vegan world, they don't escape.
They don't
There's
escape.
a statistic from the U.S. Department of Education from 2001 when they introduced soy and corn into
about that.
And that's corn, Q-U-O-R-N.
into schools dinners, school lunches for kids from the age of 6 to 12. They saw an increase every year, jumping up 10,000 and more children were diagnosed with autism because of
It's
this.
a direct
so
link.
even when you think, all right, I'm gonna come plant-based or be a vegan, you still got to do your research. You still got to educate yourself on what because there's process.
Right.
And there's
So-
the
You know,
authorities.
Envy,
There's
you
the
said-
authorities, the police, right? So the people who are supposed to be policing us, they eat donuts all day, every day. That's one of the things, right? No, this is a serious thing.
mean,
it's,
no,
it's,
it's
you
real,
know how
but
serious
it's-
this
Every
thing
day
is?
I'm just trying to
I
get
did
back
not
to
know
Envy's
they
question.
did turkey.
Envy,
No,
Envy,
I'm talking about
Did not know
police.
turkey did
So the guys who are supposed to be
Police.
keeping the peace,
Yeah.
they have
Psychotoxins.
outbursts
Okay.
of violence. So if you look at the prison industrial complex or the justice system, you got people who are eating terribly. So they're with
they're mad.
metabolic
Right.
syndrome,
That's
right?
the point.
They are,
They're
they got lack of vitamin D, so they're
off.
depressed. But they have anger issues because they're eating terribly, right? They don't have the glucose. But the same thing is on the other side of the law, right? So these police who are supposed to be policing people and peacekeepers,
Right.
they are just as violent and aggressive because when there are studies done showing, all right, violent crimes, where all the violent crimes are in the USA, then they did an overlap of diabetes in the USA, and the maps are identical.
So if
Identical.
6ix9ine got a donut this morning,
Right.
he's in trouble.
I guess what we're trying to
Pretty much,
say,
right?
what we basically linking
Yes and
is
no.
nutrition with mental or
It's direct.
Wellness.
And it's an old question, but it's an important question. Whose man's is this?
wellness or
it's
mental
direct.
illness. There's a connection right there.
Right.
And physical wellness. So just to wrap up with Tamia's story, not only did she her balance, mentally, her mental health, her mood, everything we talked about, but also the fibroids that were causing the heavy bleeding are no longer in her uterus, all right, medically documented. So she no longer has
My
she got her
uterus
life
thanks
back.
you.
She got her life back as far as that's concerned, right? And at the end of the day, we said, we promised, Envy, you asked what foods can they eat. The reason we go back to that food list that we give away at the Detox Now, people always say, well, it's expensive. The free food list is free.
Yeah,
So
you can
if
see
you
our food
know,
list. If you know you're not gonna
download the
do
free
yeah.
food list at the Detox Now, and guess what? What you end up finding is I can choose this food instead of this. And it'll make, just like he said, just make these kind of substitutions. And that's where you'll start to have tips to help to live healthy. You want to do the detox with us in January, which we're all doing. We got gifts
You
for
doing
you.
your
Look
detox?
at Envy. Look at Envy.
I know.
I was talking about Friday.
Oh, good. That's great.
Tomorrow I'm off now. I could eat good.
And we
That's the diet.
we
So that's for you
we
guys.
have gifts.
Oh, that's gonna make him poop.
Digestive
That's gonna
system.
make
We have
my
gifts. We
God.
have gifts. We have gifts. We have gifts.
Okay.
This is
and I know we
for
took a
my
bit of,
detox.
I know we took our
Okay.
time, but
Detox.
we're there.
You got every. This is
Fertility, liver.
okay.
Virility.
Envy
Virility.
fertility.
Virility.
Yeah.
Fertility. That even a word,
Fertility.
brother.
You have
Envy, you got
virility.
fertility?
Yes, I got fertility.
Envy's about to get pregnant.
No, virility.
You got virtue. You got virtue and you stand up.
Oh, he got yeah. And then I have an extra
No
gift for
problem.
y'all. One extra gift, which is So knowing who we are and loving who we are is
that donuts?
actually no.
No, I'm kidding.
Knowing who we
No,
are.
the donut, Angie, the donuts are out there on that table, man.
Okay.
We got to talk to somebody about
Listen.
management, about what's out there.
Knowing who we are and loving who we are is a very important part of our mental health. Okay.
Okay.
And my daughter just became a spokesperson for Urban Intellectuals Black History Resources. So I have a gift box for you guys. Her name
daughter
is
is so cute.
She's Authentic
Her miracle
Nia.
baby.
Yes, my miracle baby is Authentic Nia on IG, and she's a
For Angie.
yes. And this
Thank
is
you.
for the family.
Oh,
So
thank you.
Love the stuff in there.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Oh, make sure
Really-
y'all follow at Authentic
Well,
Nia.
thank you so
Yes,
much.
please. They have
Well, thank you for
they
having
have
us.
Black
And we-
History cards that feature Caribbean and Afro Latina,
Perfect.
women, of course, just general history.
This is this is
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? What am I drawing? Take a guess. Hey, good guess. Where? Alright.
To relaxation 101.
You been drawing anything lately?
Take a seat, relax and enjoy this tape. Brought to you by M&S. Free with the sun. Thank you. I want you to imagine a lake with a boat right in the center. Imagine you're on that boat, looking up at the sky, looking up at the birds passing.
I draw magic. That's a very obscure character to pick.
Imagine that you're one of those birds soaring over the Himalayas.
I haven't been drawing much still.
And you look down and you see a man. And he's sewing. He's sewing and he's happy and he's thinking of nothing but the surroundings around him and what he's doing, his activity at the time. You are that man when you're in your boat.
Oh, it's a Christmas gift. It was drawing for a person. Okay. That makes more sense now. Oh, it came out pretty cool. It's a big ass sword. I like the spikes. I like her fingers. looks magical. I thought a sword would give you trouble. I mean, yeah. Swords are swords, though, you know. Usually, you end up having to worry about things like cross guards and hilts and stuff like that, and pommels. But the sword itself, oftentimes you get away with just like 2 lines or a couple straight lines. I remember a while back, you were talking about speed. I think you were like obsessed with trying to get speed, right? And I decided, like, you know, the same thing. Like I think I finally came to the realization of where you were at like a long time ago, of just like put in the time to gain speed and efficiency, and I want to get faster as I get better, not just get better, because I've been getting better, but at a slower rate. But now I'm like getting better and getting faster. Yeah, it was a while back. What's up, Nee? You got a job offer from where? My holidays. You're looking at it. How were your holidays? Yeah, I've definitely improved. Thank you. It means a lot. I have improved for sure. Not anywhere near where I want to be, or even like close, like not even scratching. But I think I moved away from apathetic, which I needed at the time to get me better. Honestly, like, I can't even hear myself think. But this song's hot. But at the time, I think I needed apathy because I was so frustrated to get better, so I needed to not care about drawing and realize, like, hey, you know, like, you're gonna be doing this for a long time or potentially for life, so fuck it. Like, you don't need to kill yourself to get better, to force yourself to get better when you can't even understand or grasp concepts. You can't grasp anything, right? So then taking the time to get better that way by not caring about it led to kind of a improvement, but a stagnation, in the sense of not even a stagnation, just an improvement, but more or less like now it's time to take the improvement because you have some, I guess, some skill, if you want to call it skill, to actually try to improve that and refine that and hone it and get better. So now it's back to actively like attempting to get better. Like, okay, the goal is to get better. It's not just the fact that, hey, I'm drawing to draw, you know. It was alright, maybe going to a casino or buffet for New Year's Eve. Oh, that's pretty cool. Do you gamble or just a thing to do? Kind of lost my purpose. I would say not to have one. I mean, maybe like, all right, you see how like for the opening of the conversation, I was on something like, look, I realized why you were doing what you were doing a while back and where you were a while back. Maybe you should actually switch and try apathy as well. Try to just draw for the sake of drawing and not caring about it too much, and maybe that will help you draw a lot more. I try to do that. I try to like fill these and stuff. I try to fill these like don't stress it out too much. Hold on. I'm putting a lot of like poses and like work in here. Whatever's like done, like some of the poses over time, some of them you've seen. But yeah, things like that, like not. Hold up. Almost lost my garnet. You belong next to Amethyst. But yeah, we got some BoJack, like everybody, like all this kind of stuff. Like and I'm posting things in my schedule too. It's like mixed media now. As of before, it's not just drawings. I'm not sitting here like killing myself, you know. If I want to focus on work, I'll like focus on like my artwork and stuff. So just draw the draw. I think from a deduction, I could say that you spend too much time focusing actively on getting too good. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Nini. Yeah, I think you spent too much time focused on actively getting good, which was what you needed for the moment, but not what you need. Not the energy you need to keep the entire time. It'll burn you out. Just for the food. Do they have good food at casinos? I don't know. I would think like Vegas or whatever or something like that, or maybe like Atlantic City or something, like good restaurants. But then again, the food should be good, right? To keep people, to attract people. It's those kind of places. Especially during the holidays. I just got knocked up and down and couldn't get back up this time. Spent a lot of time not drawing. That's the thing that will do it to you above everything else. Is the time away. Like even if you're just drawing crap, if you're drawing daily, you're still like keeping on to something like muscle memory wise, whatever wise you want to call it. But the long periods of not drawing will fuck you up for sure. It's like social media or streaming or anything else. Like you take a break from it, it's square one every time. Any type of real break. I want to draw the glasses, but I like the eyes. I don't want to draw over them. Hold on. Yes, especially during the holidays, they bring out the extra stuff. Oh shit! It took too long. Nah, man, you didn't take too long. You just rusty, like extremely rusty. I think because think about it, like it's the same thing I've been doing. Like you're just rusty, to be honest. If you just start, like literally just get up and just be like, yo, I'm gonna draw like every day, and then just do that. It's really not hard, even if it's 5 minutes pen to paper. Because as an artist, like. You won't just do that. So if you could just start doing that, you'll do that. You won't just be like, all right, at 3 minutes I'm gonna leave it at this. So try to get up and be like, every day, no matter what, as a ritual, I must put pen to paper. And it doesn't have to be serious, it doesn't have to be anything, because some days you're gonna be out of it and not gonna want to do it. So just do the 3 minutes and then get out of there. If it's really that bad, like that you really are out of it and you don't want to do it, you'll do the 3 minutes and you'll get out of there. But if it's not as bad as you think, which it usually isn't, you'll end up just drawing something for real. Like just decide it in your head, like I'm just gonna draw every day. Fuck it. Like I've been doing it in a few weeks. I've gained a good amount of improvement where I could say like, yeah, from where I was at. And it's cool because you guys have been able to like see it and kind of journey with me. You haven't been seeing my like offline sketches, but at least like I've been putting in work every day on stream, basically. What kind of stuff do they bring out for like the holiday menu? Is there like eggnog at the buffet? I actually like buffet food, to be honest, because it's like not fancy quality. It's like not great quality, but it's there and it's enough and it's in quantity that if there's anything you want, it's the variety over the quality. I think what I focus on now, though, honestly, like even though I have improving everything, but directly focused on is, I have tons and tons, and I know that a lot of people do have them as well. Like as artists, I have tons and tons of bad habits, tons of terrible habits, and I need to improve on the process. I need to improve on how to draw. What am I middling and waffling about? What am I wasting time with? What are things that I could cut time on that make sense? What are things that I can do better in a faster time? How can I spend less time figuring out and more time just getting ideas across? So that's a struggle in and of itself. And it's hard. Hobbies versus work. What do you mean? Explain more. Yeah, lady. Your work actually inspired me, man. Like over time, like I remember your work actually really got me fucking motivated and shit. Like not now, but like early on. Because times have changed. Yeah, but not that much. I mean, you're still doing stuff that is like really good. Like some of the sketches I see, some of the commission, well, not commissions, but the gift work that I've been seeing you do, and like things like that. Those are still pretty nice as far as quality and stuff. I know how it is, like going from having like your stuff, like you wanna like full on creative, like you want to do a story, I have the potential to make a story, like working on the game, you know, doing that kind of stuff, and then going to just like drawing for leisure, drawing for pleasure, you know, that I understand, like that takes a huge hit to like ego, to everything, but the work is still doing is pretty hot. I would say if you're anything like me, or your mindset is anything like me, just try to forget about all of that, because that's what's gotten me here, like to this current state or stage of or point in everything. Just forget about all of it and just draw. Remember why you draw in the first place. Remember why you were drawing before you even thought of any of that stuff, or even had potential to do any of that stuff, or could have anything going on before you even knew. And then try to think back, like, dude, like there wasn't even tablets. Like, dude, you couldn't even think of having a tablet. Those are the things that help me daily, honestly. Because people never got enough time for hobbies if they work all day. That's very, very true. That's very true. I can't deny that. I can't anything. In that I've been in that situation. I've seen that situation happen all the time. It's something people also don't want to hear. At the same time, it's true. We know it's true, but also people don't want to hear it. But we know it's true. So, like, the 9 to 5 is the hobby or dream killer. But at the same time, you don't want to hear somebody tell you that. But you can't help but think it, and you can't help but feel it and know that it's true. I would say it's a killer to an extent of if it's like what you're trying to do or base your whole life around. Like, it's a dream killer because you can still like work and draw. Like, there's a lot of amazing artists that like have full-time jobs or have do other things or do whatever. But the thing is, like, if that is what you're trying to do, like to define yourself, to do everything, then yeah, at some point it's like you got to go out on that limb. And that can be near impossible to do. 'em. Glad you don't have kids though. Ain't nothing wrong, cause there's some artists that fucking destroy you. Like, not even artists, but even anyone, dude. There's people that destroy you and have kids that will make you question everything about your life and skills. And they have a friggin' pack. Those are the people you gotta wonder how they do. How do they have time? Uh, 2018 was a stronger year art-wise. 2019 was sad. I think when compositions are stronger on actual paper, I think so too, to be honest. I think it's the thing about digital, like with paper you probably have the anxiety of space and space management, so your compositions are better. In digital you have the ability to do anything anywhere, freely move it around, so you take that subconsciously like into consideration and just do whatever. I think you will probably work better under pressure. It shows in your artwork. Meanwhile, my composition is garbage. My jam. The fuck? Guess I'm still listening. Yeah, who else gets like dudes like Jim Lee, Dave Greco, like crazy amount of artists, McFarlane, all those guys are great. But I mean, yes, they didn't have kids very young or whatever, but they have a ton of kids, and like those guys will put you to shame on their worst day. Harper nailed into your head that composition is important. He did a great job. Harper did a great job with a lot of us, man. Like, honestly, I was too. I think we clashed. I was doing like 1,000 other things at the time as well. Even though I did take his advice into consideration, and I did like he probably didn't see it, but I actually improved tremendously because of him and like just the tutelage and like everything that was going on there. I got better, right? But I also had like mad shit going on, so like. But definitely improved. Like a triumphant moment was like, I don't know, but he took it the wrong way, to be honest. But it was like, I want to say 3 years ago, right? Or yeah, probably 3 years ago. He was working on 2 comics, I believe. The one for his daughter, the one about his daughter, like loosely based on his daughter. And the other one about like something else, right? And he did the artwork for one of them where it was like this guy. I'm like, yo, he had like some painting techniques, but you know how it is. Like it's the student teacher thing where like now you're giving him the like advice that he might need. Like remember, I'm trying to like save him time, save him everything. Like it's not telling him about process, telling him about method. It's literally just like no brainer, like time saving things. And he didn't believe me when I'm like, dude, you can get a better quality look from this much faster and way less time, way less effort, way less everything. This is not like fuck your process. This is not fuck anything. This is no brainer. Like this is just cut this. And he didn't believe me. First off, so we had like a whole discussion about it. I'm like, dude, I'll literally do it. Like I'll repaint this thing and have it up for you like in a few. And I ended up repainting that work, and then he like got really pissed off, and I never told you that. I'm like, dude, you are like an instructor. This should be a proud moment for you. And as you said, in this realm, like you're learning. Remember, you're just now learning like digital. Like on paper, I wouldn't even try to fuck with you on paper. If you were painting, with watercolor, if you're doing pastel, you know, if you're doing acrylic, I would not fuck with you. I wouldn't tell you shit because I wouldn't know how to do it. And Harper is a master of ink, master. So I wouldn't tell you shit. But you're moving into digital. I'm telling you, the whole thing with digital is spending as little time there as possible on stuff. I'm working on that. I just finished talking about how that is the war right now. And he just like he took that completely to heart. So I was like very hurt by that. And he's the one who tried to give us like very tough skin. Yeah, you should tell him to upgrade to a better program. Yeah, not just a better program, but any technique. Like, Photoshop covers it all. Because I'm actually back to that. But just certain things, like techniques, man, that if you're trying to achieve a look, and I'm telling you, you can cut every step, cut all of this stuff out of the way, and achieve that look, or even better if you want, however you want to take it to a level. Just either take that or don't take that, but then don't, like, be like, you know what I mean? But that's one I never saw coming. Like, I honestly think it was the repaint. I think the only thing that, like, but I asked for the flat. That's the thing. Cause I would say, all right, the spot where I might have been wrong is to repaint the work to show him as an example. But the thing is, I asked for the flats and he gave me the flat. Not even the flat. He gave me the line work. Actually, like, I asked for the line work, he gave me the line work. If you didn't give me that, I wouldn't have repainted over. I wouldn't have got the work, erased the paint, and then painted over or anything like that. Like, I asked for the flats to show you an example of what I'm talking about. And he gave me the flat. He gave me the line work. I did it. And then he he just disappeared. I think it was the same hour. Well, he's cool. He made Oliver improve. I remember a lot of the drilling. I remember the 100 Faces challenge. I actually disappointed him on that. I did a bunch of them. I think I got far, but I did not do 100. I was doing like many other things. Yeah, Herb dropped out of social media. Yeah, he dropped everything shortly after that. Like, not that long, like a good while, but not too long after that. He just dropped from everything altogether. Can't blame him. Was last time I spoke to Kev? We played Apex a month ago? A month ago. Probably a month ago. He just randomly invited. So I played a game. Trying to get his number, lost it. Yeah, that I don't have. But if you do, you have a PlayStation still? I'll say you reach anybody right now, like PlayStation or Snap or TikTok or something. He doesn't reply on PSN. Damn, I don't know what to tell you. Try a joke. I think with him it depends on like what's going on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to like gauge. He has to gauge everybody basically because of everything. But yeah, I mean, it's that thing. It's something to talk about a lot. It's like as for some reason, the equation is as time goes on, it gets more complicated to be friends with anybody or to be anything. Time is apparently like it adds complication for no reason. None the things can be exactly the same, and the only factor is time. Yeah, I don't know if that should do that. Should be more harm. No, it's true, man. It makes no sense to me, to be honest. Like, a lot of things I thought, like, none of this should matter. That was the whole point, is that none of it matters. Like, you have literally nothing. Like, in school or in whatever, everyone is literally from a different walk of life. Everyone is doing something different, from a different place, from whatever, is in different states of life, is in different states financially, everything. So there's no factors that come into play to really like ruin that, and everybody has the ability or the platform or the free range or level to be friends. But for some reason, it's just complications as time goes on. A lot of it, I think, is self-inflicted. Is like perceptions of being judged and timed, and you're like judging yourself on, what if I'm not this, or I didn't do this, or I'm not good enough for this, or I want to show my face because of this, or all those kind of things. Like, that's all self, dude. I think anyone in general doesn't really care, and if they do care, they're kind of an asshole. I swear to God, man, there's some people here that like come here and you have to wonder if they're trolling. Like, you have, like the question they choose to ask or choose to leave on or choose to whatever is like, yo, you are definitely attempting. Oh, I gotta take a call. Alright, man, get some sleep. Thanks for coming by. I'm gonna keep sketching some stuff. I'll probably get somewhere with this and then look a little bit more to where it's ready to be inked, and then probably do some more stuff and then play some games. Later, man. Thanks for coming by. I'll work on some more dynamic shit. Hold on. Hello?
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
I'm fine. I'm drawing.
Cool.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I just cleaned my room and I hit up my cousin to help me with like a workout regimen.
Yeah. Working out now?
Planning on it. He said he's gonna call me back tomorrow.
Why the interest in working out?
I don't know. I just feel like being fit because I remember I was watching a comedy show and the guy was telling a joke about like trying to get healthy and whatnot. Like, oh, you never seen yourself like healthy before, like skinny before, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you never look. You know how that food tastes. You know it tastes good. You don't need to eat it again. So I'm like, I haven't seen myself fit. Like only like when I was younger, but like puberty didn't hit me yet. So I'm like, I wonder how that look on me, like being fit and healthy. You know,
But you look
now.
fine.
Like, what?
But you look fine. You're not even like overweight.
Listen, you don't know that.
I do know that.
Listen,
You're
leave me
literally
alone.
not even overweight. Like you don't. It's not a necessity or anything.
I don't want to hear it from you.
What you need actually is a sandwich.
I said what I said, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
That's not a super healthy look. How does that feel? I want to know.
Oh, you mean you want to be like super fit?
Yeah, like I want to know how that feels, like drinking water every day and sweating on purpose. You know, like how does that feel? How does that look? I want to know.
Stressful.
I want to know for myself.
Okay.
How you doing?
It was fine. I did not like I didn't sleep in a little while earlier, but I didn't really sleep. I say for no reason. Like that was a waste of time. I should have been doing something, but I was just up for no reason. And then chilled out today and started drawing. So I'm feeling a lot better. I feel like I like what I'm working on right now. But I'm gonna start here and start doing some other sketches though. I was spending too long middling around with this, but I just wanted to make sure that it looked somewhere where I could finish it. But yeah, not too bad. Ain't nothing going on. It's the usual shit.
I'm just really happy that I like have a family member that's like into fitness and stuff like that. Just because I don't have to pay anybody.
You ain't gotta pay me either. I tell you, I'll help you.
No. I trust my cousin more than I trust you.
I don't know why you don't trust me. Like, I'm fine.
Maybe not.
I could have you straight up
Nope.
hard body out here.
No.
Could I have you with a Bane back?
No. I literally trust my cousin more than I trust you.
Wow.
Just because my cousin does it like that's his life. Like that's his lifestyle. Is like fitness and eating healthy and whatnot. You are not that.
See, that's why. That's why you should trust me, actually.
No. That's why I trust him, because that's his lifestyle.
that's why you should trust me. I'm telling you. You may not see it, but you'll understand.
No, it doesn't make sense why I should trust you if that's not your lifestyle.
Because, right? Then again, you said your goal was to be super duper fit. So that's the thing. There's a difference. But you should trust me because when it comes to someone where it is their lifestyle and you want to be super fit, their majority of their shit is like maintaining that style. Like, not necessarily like, it's getting to the point first. You have to get there, and then once you get there, it's basically just maintenance. Maintenance is not that difficult, but the getting there is very difficult. And then the maintenance is annoying once you do get there. If you know how to literally do whatever the fuck you want and continue to do it, like, yeah, people talk. Like, if you're in a conversation, like, they'll tell you, like, oh, nah, really, you gotta blah 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 blah. But really, the goal is honestly to be able to do, eat, drink, sleep, do whatever the fuck you want and still maintain a level of fitness. And not think about it, not worry about it, not stress it whatsoever. That's actually the goal. And that is very difficult for everyone. They can't, like, finding that, the people who can find that, you find freedom.
So again, that doesn't tell me why I should trust you.
I'm telling you to trust me because that's what I do. I literally don't stress it and have complete freedom and control and can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, no, I don't trust you. None of that made sense of why I should trust you, honestly.
You may not get it now. You might get it later. I think if you get there, like like you said, your goal is to be super fit. So I think when you get there, you will get it.
No. Yo, I need to see what happened at work today. Because just to be very clear, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I was being proper about it. Then I just got pissed off. This is what happened. I'm at my job in the back as I be doing stock checks and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise. Well, her ugly ass asked for a stock check, right? So I'm like, go for stock check. She tell me what she looking for, and I'm like, copy, I got you. Give me a minute. As I'm about to go do her little stock check, she comes to the back and is like looking for it, and I'm just like, yo, what are you looking for? She acting like she don't hear me, but she looked at me and just looked away, and I'm like, hey, what you looking for? Then she tells me, and I'm like, oh, you already asked me to do it. I'm doing it right now, whatever. If you're at the register, please let me just do my job because no one else should be back here. And she was like, oh, I didn't hear you. And I'm like, well, I'm here. What are you looking for? And I got it for her. And I'm like, here you go. And she left the stock room. After I explained to her the situation of, like, this is my job. Let me do my job. You know, it's going to be okay. Later, time passed, whatever. Asked for another stock check. So I'm looking for the product for her, right? I said, okay, copy. I'm looking for the product. I get it. I take it to the register. She not there. I don't know who I'm to give this to. And I asked her, like, who needed this brush? And she was like, oh, Tess, whatever. And, like, Tess come back, like, oh, I got it myself. And I'm just like, didn't we just talk about this shit? Like, we literally just talked about this shit. Like, bitch, I know you heard me because you okayed my copy. I got you. So, what the fuck?
Was she not allowed to get it herself?
No, because she's at the register, so she needs to stay at the register. And my job is to do that, is to get people products from the back of the store. That's what my job is. I bring it from the back of the store to the front, and then I replenish that area that is not on the floor for guests. That's literally what I do as a person supposed to be in the stock room.
Oh.
And mind you, I literally told her before, please do not do my job. This is what I'm supposed to do today. Said it in a polite way and everything. Because other managers have told me, make sure no one else comes back here if they're backers because you okayed them to be back here. Several managers have told me that. So I'm confused. As I just told you the thing and you still did the thing, what the fuck? And then JoJo wanted to go on her 15, right? She's like, oh, can someone cover Bopus for me so I'll go on my 15? And I'm like, cool, I got you. I can cover Bopus. Set it over the walkie. Set it to her face, right? Went over to Bopus and put up and everything like that. I'm about to, like, get stuff and do my job, whatever. And then Tess like, oh, no, I'm just going to do Bopus, whatever, for JoJo and whatnot. And I'm over here like, I literally just said, and everyone heard me because I said it on the walkie, I'm going to do Bopus. And in my mind, I'm like, is this bitch really just trying to take all my jobs today? Like, what's, like, okay, you want to do Bopus? Do Bopus. I don't care. I don't even like doing Bopus that much because it gives me anxiety because I have to fix everything when people fuck the shit up. But I'm like, okay, cool. Even though I don't understand because I said it over the walkie, other people heard me. Someone said, okay, besides JoJo, that I was going to do Bopus. But then she popped up out of nowhere and was like, no, I'm going to do it. And I'm just like, the fuck? And then I talked to our LP about it because LP's not cool. I'm like, can you please give me advice because I did feel like going off on her. And I know it's like a minor thing compared to everything else today, like of like what we're all doing today and whatnot. But it's getting on my nerves. And she was like, oh, next time check for a stock check, just don't do it for her. And if she come back here and wonder why you're not doing it, tell her because she gets the shit herself. And I'm like, okay. She's like, no one here even likes Tess. And I'm like, okay, that makes me feel better. I'm like, I'm not the only one bugging about this bitch. Like, bitch don't even clean her hands. Like, okay. And I'm adamant about that, about the whole washing hands thing, because she's the same person we did have to have a whole talk about hygiene, because bitch did not wash her hands when she left the bathroom. She's disgusting.
Well then. Sounds like a hostile environment.
But like, I'm not wrong. Like, I'm dead not wrong. Like, I'm not wrong at all because I came at her properly the first time because I found it to be an issue and I wanted to cut it out right then and there. But then she did it again and I'm like, bitch, what? And then she took my other job and I'm like, okay, bitch, you want to be me today. Okay, I get it. Fine. I feel like I would have let it go the first time just because it's like other people do it. I'll be cool. But my thing is, I talked to you, like in that moment that it happened the first time, I talked to you how that's not cool. Don't do that. You said okay. You understood the situation, and yet you did it again.
Push the button.
Basically, and I feel like that's what got me more upset than you doing it the first time. Like this, like before the second time, I've been told you don't do that, and you replied with you replied that you understood what I was talking about. So I'm confused. Like, Because if you don't like me, let it be known. Because now I feel disrespected. Because she dead walk up and down, whatever, talking about how she does everything and this, that, and that, third, and oh my God. It's like, bitch, you're overnight. Stay in your place. Go be overnight. We don't need you in the daytime, please. You shine in overnight. Stay over there. And that's how I feel. But besides that, it was an awesome day. I had coffee at work. We have a coffee machine now.
Coffee machine.
Yes.
Well, then that means you guys upgraded.
Yeah.
What's next? An executive bathroom?
No.
I just mess up this pose. I don't know. I don't like the mean sounds of your environment.
That is so cool. I'm gonna send it's on Instagram. I'm sending it to you. It's about jellyfish.
The deadly kind. Did I tell you I was watching this thing?
Yes.
Oh, alright. Yeah. It was cool.
What thing?
You said yes.
No, I didn't.
Oh. I was just saying about jellyfish. And it's like, I forget the show. It's like a Survivor Man type show or whatever. Like, he goes to places where it's stuff. And this jellyfish will, like, if it touches you, it releases toxins or whatever. And it basically makes your skin feel like it's on fire. And that you're being burned alive. Like, they tried to measure the pain levels of how it feels to be stung by, even in just a tiny spot. And it's like being, like, incinerated, like, but not incinerating, but your body not degrading. So like you wouldn't die, but just like that feeling, that initial feeling that you're feeling if you're getting roasted.
Mm. Wait, did you read the thing that I sent you about the jellyfish?
No, I'm drawing. Hold on.
No, I'm gonna read it to you.
Oh.
Two fish hiding inside the belly of a Morbaka box jelly. This jelly contains
Jelly
a
belly.
powerful venom. Yes. This jelly contains a powerful venom which causes Irukandji syndrome. So it is right up there with the most dangerous jellies in the ocean. But only if you are the wrong fish and you touch the wrong bit of the jelly. This fish species, as juveniles, are often associated with Morbako, an amazing example of commensal symbiosis, where the fish gains the ultimate escort while the jelly seems unaffected. Yeah.
So I could just live in there.
No, it doesn't live in there. It just gets like it gets protection in there. It's like a taxi.
Jelly Uber.
Yes. Now I'm gonna Google the word I couldn't pronounce. So that syndrome thingy is a condition that results from envenomation by certain box jellyfish. In rare instances, the sting may result in cardiac arrest and death. The most common jellyfish involved is the Craki barnesi, a species of the jellyfish I just told you about.
The Kraken.
No. Oh wow, they cause fatal brain hemorrhaging. And the symptoms are severe headaches, backache, muscle pain, chest and abdominal pain, nausea and vomiting, sweating, anxiety, hypertension, tachycardia, and pulmonary edema. Pulmonary edema. Ooh, that hurt. You gonna die. You might shoot yourself because you're in so much pain.
Yeah, that's kind of what the guy was saying too. And I don't even think that's the same species of jellyfish. But the dude was saying, like, if I could literally just die, I would just die. Like, in a heartbeat over this. Is there? I find it. Hold on. And that guy was actually stung by them a bunch of times. It's the box jellyfish.
I'm in northern Australia.
It's the same one?
Yeah.
Yep. These things are dead.
Attempting to find out what happened to a group
We
of
learned
Aboriginal
about species
elders
that can
who
hang out with
found
them.
themselves alone in the
find the
water
part where the
after
guy
their
was talking
plane
about it.
ditched at sea. And I'm closing in on a killer, the deadly box jellyfish. Ah! Wait a minute, that touched something. Yeah, there's tentacle all over the bell there. Yep. All over the bell. After only the briefest of touches, it feels like my skin is on fire. And that was with less than 1/10 of an inch of now
alive, but it feels alive, but in a very weird way.
That size animal's probably got 7 to 8 tentacles on each corner of the belt. You only need 6 or 7 feet long in an adult to kill somebody. That animal has potential to kill 50 people in under 2 minutes.
we collect several more large specimens.
Damn, I think it was in parts maybe. Because it doesn't have the part with the guy
I'm
who's like a scientist and stuff. Oh, this guy. Wait.
a sort of technical thing about picking it up, but the other thing that's there in the back of your mind, which it's got to stay there, but it mustn't take over everything else, is just how dangerous these things potentially are. And it's, there's crocs here, it's very slippery underfoot, there's mozzies buzzing around, it's staying focused, and the heat as well, staying focused, it's We collect several more large specimens and harvest their venomous tentacles for making antivenom back at the lab. I still can't compute the deadliness of the venom of this thing. I mean, this is quite a big animal.
Oh, no wonder. This is like a 3-minute clip. This is not the whole episode. Oh, damn. I was just looking for the part of the guy. He's like basically like, yo, I wanted to die. It would have been much better than whatever this was. It was one of those things. He's like, yo, it's not about like what doesn't kill you. It's literally this is like need escape. He's like, oh no, this is what he said. He said, if I had a gun, I would have gladly shot myself.
Yo, I don't wish that on anybody.
For real.
Oh, one person, yeah, definitely, yeah. I don't wish that on people that I care for or slightly upset me. Those are the proper words. I'm hungry. If I was putting in faux dreads, they look nice.
Oh, she's big dread now.
Yeah. You don't know, I'm telling you said that. Hold on. Yo, I'm weak. I want Chinese food. I don't got Chinese food for me.
Chinese food is expensive now. They raised their prices.
Yes.
Remember when it was like $6 for a whole Chinese food?
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye.
Wait, what? Where's there a Panda Express?
There is one. I think there's one in Grand Central.
Yo? Looking for food? Looking for food? What are you looking for? Uber Eats?
I got in the book cup.
Yeah. Well, yo, do your tail.
Eat down.
Cub Scout.
Mm-hmm.
I have bread cup.
Look how I went my iPad.
Oh, how far is that?
Mommy.
Yeah.
You better put some in your
It's kind of far, but it's not far.
better. You better put some
You
in
better.
your
You better. What is what? With that Joe? Oh no. Sorry.
You don't want to sit on that. What is this thing back behind me? Mommy, what's this thing back behind me?
A mirror? Well, there's mad stuff behind you, dude. Ooh, they got blue.
Mommy, why you forget eat snacks, right?
Yup.
That's the opposite. That's the rule. Hi guys.
Yo.
I was about to rush.
You're
Which one? What is that?
Yeah, chicken wings.
Chicken wings?
Yeah.
I like chicken wings.
What?
Look, Mom, you can have a ring. When chicken dinner?
What in the world is super rings? Let me try that.
About to get on this PUBG Mobile.
Ew. Doesn't that game make you angry?
No.
Yes. I didn't. What are you talking about? He's bored.
Okay, I'm done.
No. Yeah, I'm not really in a rush.
No rush to do what?
For my food. Like, I'm hungry, but I'm not in a rush. Is there any promos I can use?
Wait, what are you ordering?
Yeah, what am I ordering? Oh, hold on. Oh, I don't got no more promos. Damn. I'm ordering, Panda Express. Panda.
Panda Express is expensive. You would be better off just buying Chinese food from around the corner.
Listen, they got things here that they don't got at the Chinese spot.
Excuse me. Baller.
I'm really not, though. Damn. I'm really about to be broke, no lie. And it's only Monday, I'm gonna cry.
Cause you being bougie about Chinese food.
I'm not being bougie, leave me alone.
you telling me, oh, they got stuff they don't got, like, okay. And then you're like, oh man, I'm about to be broke.
Yo, listen, where's my mommy? I'm about to ask her if I use her card. I'm gonna call her. Yeah, I'm gonna call you. Call me back in like 5 minutes.
You call me back.
Fine, bye.
Bye. I don't know if we want to do that or just like have it go like blowing across. Cause I was thinking about making this like some chilled out Wonder Woman. Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
My mommy's out with my godmommy.
Yeah.
Yup, living her best life.
No Chinese food for you.
Nah, she won't call me back. What you talking about?
Oh. This is the fattest star. I love me some Diana. But I feel like now that we're actually doing her, I wasn't planning on drawing her like that, but now we're doing it. We have to make her a bit more like muscular. A lot of times she's too voluptuous. Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
So she says she don't got it. She gets paid tomorrow, but she has to pay bills. I don't know what to do. I'm not hungry.
Around the corner.
No, I do not have cash.
Oh.
Like I do, but it's not for that.
Taco Bell.
I don't want to go outside.
Better raid the fridge.
There is nothing in there. I already did that. June, July. Oh.
Hold on, where can we put some muscles? guess it will go like that. That's weird anatomy on the arm. This is why Domino's should just have individual slices.
No, that's not how it works.
Oh, you know, go to the pizza shop across the street from you. That's a good pizza shop.
I do not want pizza.
Go to the Spanish food place. They take cart.
I don't want Spanish food.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's okay.
Dummy thick. Holding the rope would be very suggestive. We're not doing that. What happened? What happened?
Nothing. I'm just trying to figure out my life.
You could consider this your start of your diet and not eat nothing.
That's not how that works. Not funny. I'm gonna go figure out the kitchen right now. Talk to you later.
Later.
Bye.
Bye. can still raise that finger and then put it like here. Alright, do the sweater. Or like one of those cool toga things, right? They would have those robe things on Themyscira, right? She can't be blonde. She's Wonder Woman. It's about extremely long black hair. You know what I would like to see her with though? Like a crazy braid. It was very combat. I was working on this one, which is more like the way I like to see her. But I think I would like to play some games now. Let's fix it up. I'm gonna save that. And wait, no, wonder. Yeah, let's try to play some game. This is the guy who should be publicized.
New details from that deadly shooting inside a Texas church. The service was being live streamed when a man there at the top opens fire, killing 2 people before he was shot by a member of that church. Jack Wilson is that hero congregant. Tonight, he is speaking out about what he had to do. And we are learning more about the gunman who did not survive the attack. ABC's Marcus Moore is on the scene.
Tonight, 6 seconds of terror, capturing the moments lives were shattered and dozens more saved. Jack Wilson seen here firing a single shot, killing the gunman before he could harm anyone else.
I don't feel like I'm a hero. I was doing what I needed to do.
Jack Wilson seen here firing a single shot, killing the gunman before he could harm anyone else. Tonight, 6 seconds of terror, capturing the moments lives were shattered and dozens more saved. Jack Wilson seen here firing a single shot, killing the gunman before he could harm anyone else.
I don't feel like I'm a hero. I was doing what I needed to do to protect the people of the congregation. And I, in the same scenario, I would do it again.
The split-second decision stopping an attack that erupted in the middle of Sunday morning service at the West Freeway Church of Christ near Fort Worth. The church live streaming the service. In the video, you see the alleged shooter, Keith Kananen, get up from the back of the room. He appears to say something to a deacon and then pulls out a shotgun.
His left hand never was visible, so I'm assuming at this point that the shotgun was in his pocket with all the way up under his armpit.
The gunman opened fire, hitting and killing 67-year-old Richard White and 64-year-old Tony Wallace. Wallace's grandson was in the sanctuary at the time.
Gunman stood up and turned around to him, so probably like 3 feet away from my papa. It's kind of like heartbreaking, but sometimes you gotta be strong about it and just keep on going.
Authorities say the shooter seen here from a prior arrest has had run-ins with law enforcement in the past, but they have not figured out a motive for the attack. Kananen is described as a transient, but why he would take aim at innocent people at a church is a mystery. There were more than 200 people in the room at the time. At least 6 people drew their own weapons in the moments after the shooting. Wilson trained the church's volunteer security team and no doubt saved countless more lives with his quick-thinking action.
I see myself as doing what needed to be done to take out the evil threat.
And Marcus Moore joins us.
Their shit is gonna be legal. What is the circle of life haircut? Whisper. This shit's gonna be legal. And you're out here stuck. First image in Google Images. What are you talking about? I went to Google Images. I searched blank. I got nothing. I feel like I found the way forward. If I ever cut my hair, I'll do it. Sure. If one day somehow magically I cut my hair, I'll do it for like a day. That is hilarious though.
New details from that deadly shooting inside a Texas church.
No balls you don't believe. Have a good one, you too. Thank you for the picture. That's hilarious. I'll get back to what I was doing. I don't know if I want to keep playing WoW or switch to console. We don't pay for no damn WoW. I know, so I'll be back at restart because it's not gonna. Hold on, let me double check. If it works, it works. Vita and get some sleep. Oh, you lying? I'm gonna play some games then. I don't know how to move. Or restart anything. We're good. What's going on?
All right, folks, my name is Salim Juma, your host of the Colored Conservatives, and today we are at the University of Washington to talk about a very serious issue, in my opinion. So, the term Nazi is thrown around pretty regularly, especially in politics, anywhere in journalism, Nazi, 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 yada, yada, yada. But my question is, why is communism and communists not as reviled and hated by the general public as Nazis, right? So, some people on the right like to say that Nazis are far left because they were socialists, but, you know, some people call it... For the purposes of this video, we're going to call Nazis the far, far, far right. But basically, communists are the far, far, far left, and the way I look at it is communists have killed 100 million people. Stalin alone murdered, millions by himself. So why is it that you're allowed to be a communist? Why is it that it's not that big of a deal? It's totally fine. You won't get fired from your job. You won't, people won't target your family. But, I mean, if you even are slightly to the right of Bernie freaking Sanders, you are called a Nazi these days and attacked overtly. Now, the actual neo-Nazis, well, let's just say they live on the very, very fringes of the society. And I just want to find out why there's not really a comparison with the two, and if anyone can tell me why it's okay to be a communist. So with that, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell, support me on Patreon and Cash App and Venmo and all that kind of stuff. And as always, stay classy, Seattle. So the question we have today is we're asking, why is the term communist not as reveled as the term Nazi? I mean, you guys, if you follow any politics at all, everyone to the right of Bernie freaking Sanders is being called a Nazi. It's all over journalism, it's in sports, it's everywhere. So why is it that you can be a communist and be in mainstream society and be totally fine, but if you purport any right-wing views, it's a problem? So why is Nazi not equal to communist?
I feel like there's a lot of distortion with media of what's okay and what's not okay. Nazi can be thrown around because we can all agree that everyone's wrong on that one, but if you throw out conservative or anything like that, it's like a guaranteed 50% of the people, or maybe more, especially around here, are not appreciated for it. So
believe me, I know.
Yeah. What do you have to say, Peter?
Yeah, so I'd say that pretty much when you're talking about like difference between like Nazi and communist, like when you're talking about communist, you're thinking almost on like a scale of like political beliefs or like a spectrum, and when you're talking about Nazi, you're talking about like a specific regime. And like the truth is, when you talk about Nazis, you're talking about like genocide and like mass corruption in politics, stuff
Peter,
like that.
what interesting thing
is broader, I'd say.
I do agree to a point, but there are actual Nazi parties all over the world now.
Yeah.
Granted, the first one started in Germany, but I mean, Iran, for instance, you would never expect that there would be an Iranian Nazi party, and there actually is. So it is a political ideology too, but I guess what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is if communism killed 100 million people and slaughtered people all over, the world, mind you, why is it that Nazi, even if you don't identify as necessarily a Nazi, but even far right people, so I'm talking about like the alt-right, not people who your average liberal would call far right, like Ben Shapiro or even Stefan Molyneux. I'm talking about people like Nick Fuentes or Faith Goldie or something like that, right? Why is it that they get canceled, kicked off, Twitter and Patreon and all this, but I mean, if you are a goddamn communist, it is totally fine. The American Communist Party, there's communists all over Seattle. I just not understanding. Communists killed a lot more people, so why is there that differentiation? Do you think it has anything to do with the media's narrative?
I'd say it almost just goes back to a history thing, because I think when you're talking about like internally in America, one of the huge issues that people have to deal with, like baggage-wise, I guess, is like the rise of like neo-Nazis and the KKK and things affiliated with the term Nazi in general. And I think that you just haven't seen like the same like groups of like people willing to do these hate crimes when you talk about communists in America specifically.
What about the Weather Underground? They committed a lot of terrorist attacks. Not just them, but I mean, you have Antifa these days.
Yeah.
I mean, they're hard left, anarcho anarcho-communist. I'm not really sure how that one works, but I mean, you do have a lot of political violence from the hard left and communists in general. Not to mention, I mean, the Cold War, right? That wasn't just us against the Soviets either. I mean, there were proxy wars all over the world, parts of Africa, South America. We toppled regimes under the Reagan administration because they were goddamn commies. So I guess, yeah, I'm just trying to find out what, like, the differentiation is and why is it that you're allowed to be a communist but not a Nazi. I don't want to say, like, I'm praising Nazism, obviously. I mean, everybody knows that's bad, but why is there that differentiation? Do you want to...
Yeah, I think maybe as far as Nazi goes, as far as, like, being National Socialist, I'm not, obviously, but as far as it goes, it's very easy to pinpoint Nazi to one location and one time, and so it's easy to associate that with hate. And then there's like an entire world that with a majority of some people that live in communism still. And so I think that since it hasn't been fully abolished, or doesn't seem to be fully abolished, it's a lot easier to just point fingers to one direction and then ignore the other, I guess. Yeah, so that would mean communism, since it still exists very evidently, I feel like you would be offending a lot more people by calling someone communist negatively than calling someone Nazi negatively.
You absolutely would. Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Do you think the media throwing around the word Nazi over and over and over again has lessened the kind of strength of the term, kind of like racism, sexism, homophobia?
Oh yeah, it's like, by calling modern day conservatives Nazis, you're basically, I'm not going to say, appropriating the term and saying basically you're the same as the people that killed millions of Jews and homosexuals and lots of people that just didn't fit in. And so I think that basically calling it that isn't even fair, I guess. I mean, the terms, in some circumstances, like the neo-Nazi term, I guess I understand that far of a degree would be called something like that, but it's kind of, it seems like it should be kept to be the same as the negative communist and negative Nazi terms. Like they're not, if they're going to be negative, they're both negative. If they're positive, they're both positive. I don't think it's a matter of which is worse.
Personally, no, I totally understand. It's just, for me, it's just so hard to understand. If communists killed so many people all around the world in all these different countries, it's like, why isn't there just a line drawn? Yeah. Communism needs to go, bye-bye, right? I mean, especially, it's not so different from the Nazis. I mean, the gulags of the Soviet Union, really not all that different. They didn't have gas chambers, but a lot of people died in those work camps. How do you guys identify politically, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah. I mean, I grew up in a conservative household, and so I've always kind of leaned that way, but I have a lot of liberal beliefs too. So, I don't want to say one or the other, but I lean one way. Yeah, lean to the right, yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, again, I'd say I'm pretty middle ground politically. I grew up in Seattle, so it has a lot of influence on me, but other than that, I've never really leaned one way or another.
So the question we're asking here today is, the term Nazi is thrown on all over the political spectrum. It's thrown over all journalism. As a matter of fact, I mean, there's people on the far left that'll call you a Nazi for just, not being a socialist. So my question is, why is the term Nazi, or why is the term communist not as reveled as the term Nazi when communists have killed hundreds of millions of people?
I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to answer that.
No, it's just your opinion though.
Why is it not as reveled?
Like hated by the general public and all that,
I think that just depends on who you ask, man. I feel as though in terms of the history, at least of the country, or at least in most people's minds, Nazi just brings up a much more fearful image, one that's kind of bridled by hate and everything.
Do you think it's because we fought them?
That we fought them?
Yeah. Personally, our country.
I think it was just I guess the message behind it. I'm sure that has something to do with it, sure. But you could argue that, but I don't know. Me personally, I just think that the images or the messages tied to it are a lot more
a lot more horrific with the eugenics and yeah, the racism stuff. Because I just find it interesting from a purely statistical metric standpoint. Communist countries have killed far more people. I mean, you look at Pol Pot, Chairman Mao, Joseph Stalin. They've together, communist countries have. God, it's awful. What I just can't figure out is these days, why is the term Nazi thrown around? And if you are called a Nazi, and if they can find a joke you made from 10 years ago or something like that, and stick it to you, your life is over. You're on the fringes, my friend. But it's perfectly fine to be a communist. There's an American Communist Party. We have a full party here in Seattle that are full of communists. It's okay to be a communist, and frankly, be public about it and still be in public life. I'm not really understanding the correlation there.
Nazis were communists. Yeah, I mean, like I said, not exactly all that knowledgeable on that.
That's totally fine. It's something to think about, though.
Yeah, sure. I don't know, man. At this point in time, I think most people are just trying to live and not really create as much waves in the boat as they can, because ideally.
Do you ever worry about getting canceled? Do you worry that maybe a tweet of yours? Do you know what cancel culture is?
We have to find Velkana. Let's take an expedition out into the Hoarfrost Reach. The chief said he was worried about something. I wonder what. We have to find Velkana. Let's take an expedition out into the Hoarfrost Reach. The chief said he was worried about something. I wonder what. Velkhana's gotta be somewhere around here. Let's get searching for clues.
Hey, what's up, kid?
That looks really delicious. Oh, much Chinese. Okay. What's this?
Transformed.
Like looks like roasted
overwhelming.
red beef.
A first wave variant. A first wave variant. Let's ask about Velkhana.
How's it going, man?
It's instinct to stand and fight. All we can do for now is press forward. No notable changes to the ecosystem so far. What's that? Velkhana tracks. Did come back here. It should still be around here. That looks like. More Velkhana tracks. They lead up ahead. The chief said something interesting. The tracker missed her last scheduled contact with base. We know she was investigating the Reach. What could have happened? There's more here. And another set of tracks beside. Are these human? Human footprints. And on the small side too. It's gotta be her. They're headed in the same direction as the Velkhanas. You don't think Up there! What in the world did that? In the world did that?
Ship looks just like I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it.
What is wrong with this thing? Fucking raging. thing fucking fates me, dude. Fuck them. This motherfucker finds me.
You're just the awesomest.
You take care of that Legiana. Leave finding the tracker to me.